Hello and welcome back to the second day of this year's Women Techmakers Conference in Vienna. It's the first time that we're doing that online, and I hope that a lot of you joined also today to see all our amazing talks. This year's slogan for the conference is "Together We Rise," and we decided to focus on topics like diversity and inclusion. We had a really great panel going on about that topics yesterday, and well, we're going to continue with that today. My name is Cornelia Reuter, and I have the great honor of being this year's MC and of guiding you through the conference. For those of you who have been here yesterday, well, you might hear the same things again because I'm going to do a little introduction for all our new guests. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen, okay? Just don't focus too much if you don't want to, but stay with us, please. Well, let me give you a brief introduction to what Women Techmakers is. In Vienna, we are doing the Women Techmakers Conference the 7th time in a row now. And this is an event series which is initiated by Google and which normally takes place around March, which is the International Women's Day. But, well, for obvious reasons, our conference in March couldn't take place. We had to cancel it only, I don't remember, 3 or 4 days in advance. Well, it was a really stressful time. And then we decided to still do it this year. We didn't want to cancel it at all. So we are back with this online event. The goal of the Women Techmakers Conferences worldwide is to raise awareness of gender equality and diversity issues in STEM. And we believe in that we do that by giving a power of example. That means that we try to focus on the accomplishment of technologists that also happen to be women, and we bring them on stage like we have done it yesterday and like we are doing it today. But all of that couldn't have happened without our sponsors. And I would like to bring them here to you right now. This year's sponsors are Willhaben, AIT, the Austrian Institute of Technology, and Cloudflight. And they are not only our sponsors, they are also taking an active part in our conference today. I will come back to that and I will explain to you in which kind of way they are here today. Well, how does our online conference work? You might have read on all our social media accounts that we are having a Discord channel, and I will explain to you how you can enter Discord channel in a few seconds. But first, let me bring to you our code of conduct, which is very important because we want to ensure that our conference is a safe place. So what we believe in is that we do not discriminate. We do not discriminate on any kind of ethnic background, religion, gender, sexuality. And we believe in that also all our visitors and our team stick to this code of conduct. So here it is. All attendees, speakers, sponsors, and volunteers at Women Techmakers Vienna are required to agree with the code of conduct. And organizers will enforce this code of conduct throughout the event. And we do rely on your help, of course, to ensure that the conference is a safe place for everyone. So that means if you, our audience, at any point of the conference feel unsafe or you feel of being harassed, just please reach out to the organizing team and let us know so that we can fix the situation. We are going to hear a lot of talks today. And let me tell you that we have the talks itself being pre-recorded. So we are live streaming them, but we're pre-recorded on YouTube. And we have disabled the chat possibility on YouTube. Please be aware of that. If you want to ask questions, please hop on over to our Discord channel. And if you're interested in reading captions of the YouTube at the YouTube stream, they are available. Please just don't forget to enable the subtitles on YouTube, or if you look into the YouTube descriptions, or if you look down there right now, there's the direct link to the captions. So I mentioned before that we have this Discord channel. Please either look into the email you received after your registrations, where the direct link to the Discord channel is available, or you go to this link there and you will join us. And I will just briefly share my screen with you so that you can see how it looks like. So here it is. Be aware that you don't have to make a Discord account for joining us. Just click onto the link, type in the name you want to be seen with, and you will immediately arrive on our welcome page. Here you find again our code of conduct and all relevant links you need for today. On the left side, you see the channels that we've created to make sure that we have a kind of flexible environment for you, like you would have it with a real onshore conference going on. That means that you are flexible enough to decide wherever you want to be. Join the channels you're interested in. We have the general channel, where we already see the discussions going on yesterday. We have an announcement channel here, where our organizing team will let you know about important things we want to bring to you. We have an off-topic channel because, well, I imagine that we don't want to talk about women and techniques the whole day. We have our networking channel because that is what our conference was always about. It was about the spirit, the energy, about getting to know each other and new people. So go there. If you want to present you, maybe you want to write a little bit about you, about your background, what you are currently doing. Then I go down there because this is the part you will also see. Here we have created one channel dedicated to each speaker, to each talk. So what's going to happen is that while the talk is running, you can go into the respective channel and ask your questions there. And we will, or I will, bring these questions to our speaker afterwards in the Q&A section. Important thing. We have also our moderators in charge there on the Discord channels, and these are Elisa and Lara. You realize them and recognize them because they have mod in the brackets of their name. So again, if you have any questions, just reach out to them and they will be helping you. Well, I would say let's try out the chat and let's see if already someone is here and willing to interact with us. I will go to the general channel and I'm going to ask you a question and I will copy paste it into the channel, and I would ask you to react with an emoji. And well, I mentioned earlier that I will come back to our sponsors. And well, they're obviously here for a certain reason. And I would like to ask you whether you are currently looking for a job, then please give me a thumb up. And let's see if anyone is here. Because in case you are looking for a job, we have our sponsors available in the channel down here. We have AIT, which has Anna Maria there in the channel, who is looking forward to talking to you. We have Cloudflight, who has Verena and Anna waiting for you in the channel. And we do have Willhaben, who has, oh, sorry, I mixed them up. Cloudflight has Mardian there, I'm so sorry. And Anna and Verena are in the channel for Willhaben. pardon me. Anyway, the point is, hop on into their channels, ask them whatever you want. It's not only about job offers. Also, if you are curious about their company, if you want to know how they deal with diversity issues or how they implement a kind of inclusive environment for everyone, just go there and just ask them. So, I hope everything is clear to you. Again, if you have questions, just let us know. Those of you who are active on social media, don't forget to use the hashtags we've written down there. This is hashtag Together We Rise and hashtag VTMW 2020. And before we start with the first talk of today, let me briefly walk you through today's agenda. Well, we already started in the morning with a relaxed breakfast, and now at 9:30 our live stream started. And our first talk today will be a talk by Barbara Hörndler about superwomen in engineering. Then we're going to have a break. Very important for every one of us. We will have a break after every single talk. The next talk will be Non-Code Contribution to Open Source by Ulrike Strommer. Then a talk about creating more inclusive products and services by Andra Bria. The last scheduled talk will be Co-Create the Future of Your Profession by Daniela Hellmann. And then we have the big surprise waiting. We are going to have lightning talks, and I can tell you that there are going to be a lot of them before it turns midday, which will be the end of our 2-day conference. So, having said that, there's nothing else left. And let me introduce to you our first speaker, which is Barbara Hörndler. She will talk about superwomen in engineering. Unfortunately, Barbara can't be here today with us, so there will not be a live Q&A session after her talk. Barbara herself is an engineer. She worked for a long time in the electrical distribution environment, but is now working for a research institute. But she's actually going to explain that to you herself, because she will tell us a lot about her career and her life. And there's something I would like to ask you for. So as Barbara can't be today with us, I thought that we all together might do a short Q&A about her talk and about the question that she is raising. We will do this Q&A on Discord, like we did it before with the question I raised about whether you're looking for a job or not. So I don't want to spoil too much about Barbara's talk. That wouldn't be fair, but I would ask you to think about two things. In general, who of you actively thinks in the morning about how to dress and what to wear? Is that an issue for you? What you wear? Okay, you get what I mean? We will come back to that after Barbara's talk. And then now, would love and like to ask Barbara to come on stage and to bring her talk on us.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barbara Hörndler, and today I'll be providing you with some insight about my experience as an engineer, what it means to be a female engineer, and what it takes to be a superwoman in the world of engineering. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who was born and raised in South Africa. Yes, of course, it was me. And when I grew up, I did not know what I wanted to be. And since my handwriting was so bad, I thought I was destined to become a doctor. However, my curious mind led me to the world of engineering, which opened up my mind to endless possibilities. So I ventured out into the world and came across the University of Cape Town, where I decided to pursue my studies. In my class, I was mostly surrounded by other men, and I certainly felt outnumbered. But this did not deter me, and in the end, I graduated with 2 degrees. I then decided to look for a job in order to apply the knowledge that I had learned, and luckily, it did not take me too long until I found one. I then started working at a company called Eskom, which is the only electricity supply company in South Africa and is responsible for the generation, transmission, distribution of electricity for the whole entire country. As my first job, I worked at a coal-fired power station where I gained lots of knowledge and experience about the various systems and processes which are required to generate electricity. I then moved on to the distribution environment where I was responsible for the improving of the performance of the distribution network with regards to the reliability KPIs. 6 years later, I decided to embrace a new challenge and I eventually moved to Vienna. I now work as a research engineer at the Austrian Institute of Technology. So here I am, a real engineer, a female engineer in an interesting world. And when people ask me what I do for a living, they often respond by saying, "But you're female," or simply, "But you don't even look like an engineer." So that brings me to the next question. What exactly is a female engineer? Well, of course, it's a noun, but I would say it's somebody who solves the world's problems and looks good doing it. Now, as funny as that may sound, it can of course extend to the male engineers out there, or at least some of them. Growing up as a young girl in the 1990s, girls were expected to play with dolls and Barbies, while boys were playing with cars, planes, and Legos. This cartoon shows a perfect example of how we perceive the world as girls and what is considered to be girl things, and what they are supposed to wear when they do these girl things. However, in the end, it is rather that she is doing exactly what she wants, which is totally unexpected. She is being exactly what she wants to be. So this brings me to the next question. What does it mean to be feminine? At least, what does it mean to be feminine to society? Well, of course, to society, we see a lot of stereotypes, both positive and negative. Here we see a collection of the typical stereotypes of what femininity means to society. These perceptions can be made by either someone who is not feminine or who is feminine, someone who is female, and of course, someone who is not. However, femininity does not need to be defined by society. The most important question is, what does femininity mean to you? Society tries to define us as women in such a way where we are expected to take on so many different roles in life. This may mean having a full-time job, taking care of children, performing household tasks such as cooking, cleaning, shopping, etc. But let's face it, ladies, we are busy people, right? Well, in the words of Marina Simone, if we're going to be busy, let's do it in style. Let's be a glow-getter. A busy woman that knows her worth, slays her goals, and leaves a glow on other women wherever she goes. That brings me to the next question. Does it have to be hard hats or heels? Why not? Don't you think it could be both? For example, now I'm not saying that you should go to a construction site wearing your best party shoes. Remember, safety first. But what I mean to say is that you can still be an engineer without losing your femininity. So what does that mean to be a superhero? What does it mean to have superpowers? Well, here I will provide you with 5 characteristics which, based on my experience, can help you survive the engineering world. Number 1, never stop learning. Keep your curious mind and keep discovering. Because what they say is really true. You are never too old to learn. Be confident in yourself. Believe, especially when no one else does. You can achieve anything you put your mind to, and don't let anyone else tell you that you can't. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, because from every mistake, there is always a lesson to be learned. Embrace the challenges and create your own opportunities, because you never know what you might achieve when you do. Establish a network. The world is big, but at the same time, it is also small. Having a network allows you to see different perspectives and learn from other people, which of course helps you to grow. Identify which connections matter to you and learn from shared experiences. I would also recommend that you connect with a mentor, early on in your career, and also to be one in order to share your own experiences with others. And lastly, of course, have fun. Don't take yourself too seriously. Being an engineer is one of the most exciting careers out there. Trust me. With these characteristics in mind, I challenge you to go out into the world and, of course, become another superwoman in the world of engineering. Thank you very much.
I hope that this really bright and colorful presentation woke you up because, okay, here in Vienna, we know it's a bit early, in other parts of the world, not. I would like to start by telling you a story of my work life. So I have this colleague, her name is Nicole, by the way, and when Nicole had her first day in our office, she entered the office space wearing high heels, wearing skinny jeans, long blonde hair. And I have to admit, I was like, wow, cool, like this appearance. But then I thought, after 1 or 2 weeks, she will get back to her normal clothes. She will wear sneakers and the things she feels comfortable in. But she never did, because I figured it out. That was the way she normally dresses. And the thing I'm telling that to you is it wouldn't be something completely strange for women to wear high heels. But in our office, by the time, we had a percentage of female employees of 23%, which is not a lot. And no one was like aiming to dress up for work. But me realizing that I thought she was dressing up in a certain way made me realizing that I was wrong. So what she did was just, she felt comfortable in her clothes and she just dressed the way she wanted to, and she felt good in it. Nevertheless, maybe no one else had done it. And although I think till today, she's one of the few women who still walks in high heels around. I don't even know how she is able to do that. But that's the point where I would like to start a discussion with you. I asked you before to think a little bit about how you feel about the way you dress. And because Barbara explicitly tells us that whoever wants to dress feminine should do that. So I would like to ask you right now, who of you thinks about what he or she wears in the morning? Right. Give me a thumb up. Or is there something you don't even bother thinking about? Then give me a thumb down, please. Excuse me for being rude and turning my face away from you. It's just that I have the Discord running on my second screen. Really? Okay. Mahek writes that they also had the same debating in their office. And okay, there seem to be, yeah, okay, some of you do think about what to wear. Let me continue with a second question. Because we all have to ask ourselves, why do we even bother? I mean, I could also grab the first thing I find in my closet, and my closet is big enough. I mean, I would have a lot of things to choose from. Is it maybe because we think that a certain appearance would make us less credible? Like if you have the feeling that you make your clothing choices about that because you feel of maybe not being taken seriously, give me a thumb up. Or again, if that's something that doesn't bother you at all, just give me a thumb down, please. Wow, that's good. So many of you say, no, it's definitely not about not being taken seriously. I'm repeating what I read in the channel for those of you who don't see it right now, okay? So I'm getting the responses that we do think too much about the way we dress, and that it's sometimes annoying. And we got the response by Zoe, who says that she also changed her dressing style after she got a lot of strange views from male colleagues when showing up in heels in university. And yeah, some of you seem to know this feeling. So that brings me to the last question I have to you. Let's see what you think about it. I guess that we are all kind of working or studying or engaged in a technical field. So I'm wondering, do you think that how women dress is a bigger issue in STEM? And give me a thumb up. Or do you think that there is no difference between STEM and other fields? My personal opinion about it is that I guess it might be kind of the same in every field. So I worked in STEM as well as in other fields, and this experience that Zoe mentioned, that she got strange looks. To be honest, I had that in STEM as well as in the other fields. But what do you think? Okay, we got the response that it may be even more in STEM. I have the feeling that this question seems a little new to the audience. I think you need a little more time to think about it, because honestly, no one ever asked me about that. I didn't have the chance to think about that myself in the last years. So let your mind blow, go on. Start to lead a discussion in the channel, whatever you want to. I do think that we are ready for our first break, but before we start with the break, I would like to tell you what you're going to see in the breaks. You will see, well, some slides that will show you again the agenda and our sponsors and our partners, but you will also see videos from our partners and sponsors. And the reason for that is, with this whole Corona situation coming up, with people losing their jobs, with companies fearing about being bankrupt and so on, we decided that it's even more important than ever to reach out to local women networks who are engaged in diversity and the issue of women in STEM and so on. So we tried to grow new partnerships, and you will see a lot of videos coming from these partners. Also, please go on our website, which is www.womentechmakers.at. You will find all the partners there. You can read about the initiatives they are working on, and you can go to their websites and check them out. Please do that, because there are a lot of amazing local networks here. Having said that, let's enjoy our first break, right?
For more than 30 years, computers have been part of our everyday lives. One of the key challenges for developers is the interface between humans and computers. What should it be like so the highest possible number of people can use the product? The target group that programmers imagine while working is the A and O, or rather the 1 and O, in order to answer this question. What has to be taken into account? First, I methodology. I methodology refers to a design practice in which developers use themselves or their immediate environment as role models for the things they create. Most people who do research in human-computer interaction are male and highly educated. The needs of people who do not match this social group are often not considered. The real target group is overlooked. You should therefore work in teams that are as heterogeneous as possible, including people of different genders, educational backgrounds, origins, ages, and physical abilities. Second, diversity. There is no product that is equally usable for all people. Therefore, clearly define your target group and think about how diverse the people in this target group are. For example, do you want to tap into the elderly as a new target group? Consider what their real needs might be and for whom exactly you want to design something. For older men or women? With physical limitations or without? What is their educational background? Why haven't they used your product so far? What are the circumstances that have kept them from using it? Or do you develop a mass application for a huge target group? In this case, consider the influence of the gender factor in your research project. For instance, when your application allows for voice input, are all voices recognized equally well?
Open door.
Or does voice recognition fail with a higher pitched voice?
Open door.
Third, stereotype. One thing you need to avoid at all cost. You develop a product, you test it with men and women, you find differences between them, and explain these differences only with the fact that these are two different gender groups. Why is this not a good thing? Because very likely there are other variables that actually explain these differences. For instance, it might transpire that gender groups are less different from each other than different age groups, namely digital natives and digital immigrants, and that therefore age is the essential category. This precise look at your target group in research, development, and in the evaluation of your product sometimes demands more effort, but it is necessary in order to bring digital products closer to people. And products that do not allow themselves to be guided by stereotypes are not only customized for diverse target groups, these new ideas, patents, and technologies also have an economic added value.
Hello, we are back again from our break. We are going to hear our next talk given by Ulrike Strommer, who is working for Cloudflight. And you will realize, we do also have a sponsor, that is Cloudflight. But let me stress at that point that that is kind of a coincidence. When we had our call for speakers open, we of course received a lot of proposals. And let me stress that we chose our speakers in a really neutral and transparent way. We didn't know whether they were working, apparently. And we only later found out that we chose two speakers, like Ulrike, which is coming now, and also a second speaker for today, who both work for Cloudflight. I just wanted to bring that to you, so to not give the wrong appearance. But, well, I guess it kind of says something about the company Cloudflight itself, because, well, in my opinion, it seems as if they would encourage a lot of their employees to apply for cool conferences. So let me tell you something about Ulrike. Well, as I said, she's working for Cloudflight. She's a requirement engineer and product owner there, and also a Scrum Master. But as her talk will be about non-code contribution to open source and her own story about imposter syndrome and personal growth and open minds, I would also like to mention that she started to be involved in open source projects already 7 years ago. From there on, she was constantly involved in open source projects, it's plural. And she's also the vice president of Drupal Austria. Drupal is an open source content management system. So she has really a lot to say when it comes to open source. And I would ask her to come on stage now, please.
Give back, make an impact, build your career. Non-code contribution to open source. Hi, my name is Ulrike Strommer, and I'm working as a requirements engineer and Scrum Master at Cloudflight, formerly known as Catalyst. We produce tailor-made software. I'm also vice chair of Drupal Austria. For those who don't know Drupal, this is a content management software. It's actually the largest open source community in the world with 1.3 million members. And I'm founder of Open Minds. This is an event with more than 400 participants to highlight and celebrate Austrian open source heroes and heroines. And today I'm going to talk about open source, how I got into contributing, although I'm not able to code, and what I achieved so far and what I got back. So briefly, the content of my talk. We will start with how I got into open source. Then we will talk about what is open source, what's the definition. I will share my experiences on how I got involved, and you will learn types of non-code contribution and some benefits that you could get back if you would contribute. Then there'll be a short summary and further readings. And I'll also share my why and of course my contact details, because I'm happy in case you have any questions or anything, any feedback after the talk. I'm happy if you contact me. So me and Drupal, or how I got into open source. Actually, therefore, we have to go back a few years. I was not at Cloudflight back then. I was working in a Drupal agency. I was doing project management and consulting. And that's where it all started. We were working with Drupal, the content management system, and there was this local camp in Vienna. But actually, I was not very sure if I would belong there because I'm not a developer. My colleagues, my developer colleagues, they kind of dragged me with them and convinced me that I could join. And for the first talk, I went on my own because my colleagues would go to more technical talks. Next to me, there were some guys, and we soon started talking. It was really nice. Just at one point, they showed me the name badge, and yes, it was written project manager below the name, and he told me that this was a bad joke by their boss, that he registered them as project managers. So when I told them that I was a project manager myself, they stopped talking to me, which was really, really weird and awkward and embarrassing. And it really didn't help my imposter syndrome and the doubts I had before joining the conference. It was really not a good feeling. Luckily enough, my colleagues picked me up, and the rest of the camp was really, really great and interesting. And we all together went to the after party. Here was this internationally famous Drupalista who started talking to me, and at some point she asked me if I would join the sprint the next day. A sprint, this is something where you sit together and program together, work on bugs or on new features for your software. So I thought I wouldn't belong there, and I laughed and I said that I was not a developer. And I thought she would walk away immediately. But at this point, something quite unexpected happened. And because she always begged me, please, please come. We need you even more. We have plenty of developers. And wow, that moment quite changed a lot in my life. It laid the foundation of my career in open source. I'll answer later on why open source needs developers and non-developing skills alike. Now I would first of all like to create a mutual understanding of what open source is, because I see a lot of people talk about open source and a lot of people think they know, but quite often it turns out quite only a few really know. So what about you? What is open source? Open source software means that you release the source code of your software under a license, and this license allows it to be freely used, modified, and shared by others. I'd also like to mention the Open Source Initiative, which has been for more than 20 years the instance to promote and protect open source and communities. In other words, from opensource.com, the term open source refers to something people can modify and share because its design is publicly accessible. The core values of open exchange, the core values are open exchange and collaboration. This, it derives from software, but now the concept is being applied to many other areas like open source hardware or open content like Wikipedia, open data, or open science. And open source really is all around us, literally in your pocket. You might recognize the Android logo, the operating system for mobile devices, the Linux Penguin, which represents one of the most successful open source products in general, and other prime examples like Apache, which runs about 6 on 67 of all web servers in the world. Also internet explorers like Mozilla Firefox and Chromium, which is the project behind Google Chrome, and of course the full Office suite, LibreOffice. I've also created an overview of open source communities in Austria, and don't even try to read it. This slide is just here to show you there's many. For example, Angular has 1,400 members, PHP 1,000, WordPress 1,200 members in Austria. And now let's go back to Drupal and what happened to me. Hereinafter, I always prepared 2 slides. The red one to show you some examples, what you could do, how you could contribute to open source. So it's what you do. And the white one showing what you get back or how I benefited personally. So white is what you get. Actually, I never went to that sprint in Vienna. I still was too shy, nervous, feeling insecure. But at the next event, which was DrupalCon Dublin, I read on Twitter that they were still looking for volunteers, and I found the courage in myself to give it a try. The tasks that I had to do were really easy. I had to welcome the speakers before their talks and ask if they need something. I had to count the people in the room for statistical reasons. And during the Q&A sessions, I should ask the people to step up to the microphone because the sessions were being recorded. What I got back in Dublin? Well, first of all, a really cool DrupalCon t-shirt in a special color. You have to understand that at community events, the people who make it happen are the cool kids, and they are really very much appreciated. So wearing this t-shirt and being visible in the session rooms, talking to the speakers, asking for the use of the microphone, this got me known amongst participants. And I also got some thank yous, which was really nice. I realized only later that the speaker contact was incredibly valuable because they remember you, because you helped them. And normally it's not that easy because the speakers, they are the knowing ones, they are famous in the community. Everybody wants to talk to them. So this was really cool and helpful for my own future. And it helped a bit in my fight with imposter syndrome, because I realized that speakers are normal people with the same fears. Do you know a hyper-communicative extrovert programmer? So marketing and writing are often not typical strengths of a developer. That's why communities are really thankful about your help in these fields. I mean, it's perfectly fine if you're not the perfect writer. It's still something that you can help with. Because you can learn and experiment, and you're in a safe environment, because everybody knows if you don't do it, there's nothing. So no worries if you're not a pro. I think I'm in charge of 8 social media channels and at least 2 websites, apart from my private ones, of course. And yes, I was really scared and insecure when I first posted something as Drupal Austria. Now fine, I got feedback and I learned. I read about how to create a press release and I asked some friends. It's still not the best public relations ever, but I can see, I can see that I am improving. And the cool thing is that I'm learning by doing, and my self-confidence grows with it, with every tiny step that I make out of my comfort zone. I also learned a lot about Drupal and open source, also about how to write a press release, what works on social media and what doesn't. And it was all new and crazy, but still I gave it a try and I grew myself. Here you can see some pictures of the DrupalCon in Vienna, where I've been on stage dancing the Git song. It was an incredibly crazy experience, but yep, great one. What you can always help with is share your knowledge. Because remember, the success of others leads to the success of your project and supports your own success. Did you ever hear a developer over-explain tech stuff? Please try and help people succeed with your software, from beginners to experts, from user to developer. If you're looking for especially info and can't find it easily, please prepare and provide this info for the next one. Answer questions raised in issues, in forums, on Stack Overflow or on social media. And you can help with localizing your project and translate your software. Here, for examples, the pictures show us during translation sprints, because we were helping to get the German translation of Drupal 8 to 100%. First of all, we had to find a process and a how-to that a lot of people would like to follow, and that was consistent because the German translation is important for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And what I got back, this pairing up with a developer resulted in great know-how transfer, and I could gain more and more fundamental knowledge about my project. Spread the word. Well, obviously, you can hold a talk, but you can start really easy by saying thank you, by retweeting and sharing some content, or by making the work of others visible. This is really impactful. So the constant appreciation, the need of something to be done better than nothing, and the many, many thank yous that I got that really let me grow. In on the picture on top, this is DrupalCon. Thank you dinner for the volunteers. It's an international group of people. And the other one is from Open Minds, from stage with Johannes Grenzwörtner, a picture really, really awesome. All my contributions, it was not planned to be like this, but it came back and it was good. It helped me find something to write in my CV. And I really need to give a special mention to Jill Binder and her diversity speaker workshop, which was brought to me by the Drupal community, because this helped me gain the courage to propose a talk and stand here in front of you today. Give back, that's what you should do. I, for example, I use this password managing software called KeePass, and from time to time I offer the amount of a beer to the developer to say a small thank you. You can always mentor others and be a role model. And what I did in my special case, with three other people, I invented Open Minds. And oops, too far. That's an award for open source projects and contributions from Austria, with an after-show party, a Viennese ball, but you know, not the traditional one, more a fun, weird technology event. We had more than 400 participants last time, and the goal was to provide a stage for open source in Austria and make open source and the contributors more visible. Say thank you for the hard work of individuals that often work in the spare time to help society. Connect communities and individuals, network and celebrate, of course. We had 4 main categories: open software, open data, open hardware, with our partner communities from Linux Wochen, Internet of Things, Circular Economy Club, and the Open Knowledge Foundation. And we even have some brochures, which is a cool thing to have it in your hand. And even now, when I see the photos again, all the brochures, I'm amazed myself upon what's possible and what you can achieve if you believe in something. I mean, remember the organization team, most of the time it was 4 people, and we did everything in our spare time. So, wow. I'm happy that it turned out like this. You can see even Max Schrems held a keynote for us. So what am I getting back? As I said before, it was not the purpose of my contributions. It kind of happened on the way, and it's great. I am being asked regularly by companies if I want to join. I finally found the courage to apply at Catalyst's Cloud Flight, because I was looking at the company for 2 to 3 years, and I was not brave enough, but the success in the open source world made it possible for me to apply, and I got the job, and this is great. I've been invited to the advisory board for the speaker selection of We Are Developers World Congress 2018 with 8,000 attendees in Vienna, the largest event for developers in Europe. And it was really an interesting experience to sit on the other side and receive anonymous talk proposals. Also, I got a free ticket to the con. I've also been invited as a jury member for the Swiss Splash Awards. The Splash Awards is organized all over the world to celebrate the best Drupal projects worldwide. Also very valuable experience, how to judge a web project, and interesting context, of course. Also interesting insights, and again, an invitation to the conference in Zurich. I was also invited to DrupalCon Europe on stage. I was part of the pre-note, and we also had the second performance on stage in front of 1,600 international developers and non-developing Drupalistas. And last but not least, my contribution provides me with a topic and the courage to stand here on stage at Women Techmakers and hold a talk today. So what now? If you're interested, how could you get started? I think the best way would be to just look at the open source projects you work with. In my opinion, it's really important to check if they have an awesome community, and that you need to make sure that you feel welcome. If you find an open source project you love, just get involved. Don't overthink it. Just try. But one advice that is important to me: stay considerate with your time, because really open source can be very demanding. There will be a version of the slides that I will distribute, and I included some links for you how to contribute, how to fund a project, and so on. So give back, make an impact, build your career. Do it for the right reasons. As for me, I step by step kind of dive deeper into it, and it really was empowering. And as my experiences are that great, I'd like to spread the word and show opportunities for everyone. Because you need to think or remember that you devote your time, yes, but you don't need monetary investments like expensive courses or certificates. You can try if the dev scene is the right thing for you. You can learn and improve your social and your coding skills, of course. I'd highly recommend this for young people and also for career changers. And again, why open source needs you, even if you're not a developer yet? Because developers usually want to focus on only one thing, and that is code. Of course, some programmers have fun organizing, doing marketing stuff and so on. but the overall majority just wants to code. Also, can you imagine how important the knowledge you bring can be? And an outlook regarding the open source idea, which is now being applied to many other areas, such as open source ecology, a movement to decentralize technologies so that any human can use them. The same principles that underlie open source software can be found in many other ventures, such as open source hardware, Wikipedia, and open access publishing. Collectively, these principles are known as open source, open content, and open collaboration. Again, so far. The same principles that underlie open source software can be found in many other ventures. Oh, been there. There's even an open source tomato seed, an answer to the big seed monopolies that sell seeds that don't reproduce themselves anymore. I think it's been invented by a German professor at the German university. Why? Why am I here? Why am I holding this talk? Why I'm devoting my time? Because really, I do wish for my little daughter and for all of us that open source values like open exchange, collaboration, transparency, and the focus on humans, community, shape the future of our society. I really think the open source way provides an answer to some of the socio-economical questions we currently face. So maybe you could join me. Maybe you want to get started. Really feel free to reach out to me, no matter what question you have. I'm more than happy to help. Together we're strong, and community is king and queen.
Thank you, Uli, for this talk. Would you like to come here on stage to do a little Q&A? I guess you like to. Hi, how are you today?
Hi. Great, thank you.
That's good to hear.
I'm wondering if there's already some questions in the audience.
Yeah, I'm looking onto that right now. Well, let's start with one question that came to my mind because, well, as part of the organization team of Women Tech Makers, I was also involved when it came to our call for speakers and when we had to choose whom to take. And what came to my attention was, and what rose my attention was that we had a lot of proposals regarding open source. And you know what I mean? There are always these buzzwords going on. Like some years ago, it was wearables. Right now, it's AIT. So of course, we got proposals regarding these buzzwords. I'm not meaning that in a negative sense. But open source, well, at least in my world, that wasn't trending right now. So I'm asking you, because you have a deep insight, do you see that open source starts trending again? And
has grown up. Now that big companies are adapting open source software, which has not been true in the last years, it has been quite a struggle to
Uli,
get the public trust in open source projects and open source software, to get it into company bad.
You do have a bad connection, unfortunately. So, but what I heard was that you're saying that especially bigger companies are starting to invest in open source, right?
Yes. And I think it has
for monetary reasons?
I think the trust has been built, and open source software in many cases overruled. It's gotten better than proprietary software. Big companies used to be skeptical about investing in open source. They didn't trust the software. They didn't trust the communities. But now it has proven that it can bring the best result. and more industries adopt open source.
We got a question.
So I think
Timia.
it has really grown up.
That's really positive to know that it's growing. Oh, Ulrike, now your video is gone. I hope you can still hear me. We received a question from our audience, from Timia, and she's asking, do companies you work for support a person also contributing to open source? And she's pointing out that in her company, working with open source was a sort of legal concern. So that the legal concern was the reason why they didn't work with open source. Ulrike, if you're back with us, is that something you would agree on, the legal aspect? Yes, I heard you saying yes. So you would definitely say also legal issue were an issue why companies didn't.
Well, it really depends.
Open source.
It really depends on how you use and what you.
Unfortunately, you're back again.
I'm back again. Can you hear me? I'm really sorry. It seems that I'm having troubles with my internet connection.
You actually, what we heard you answering the questions.
The questions in the chat, though.
Yes, that's a really good idea, because I would suggest that we go into the break and that we're going to play a video of our partners again. And I would ask you to answer the questions in the chat. That would be awesome, Uli, because your connection is slightly bad. See and hear from you in the channel, okay? Allow all the rest of us, let's enjoy the break, okay?
Have you ever asked yourself how we will live in the future with the challenges of digitalization and decarbonization? At AIT, we provide the answers and solutions. We are Austria's largest research and technology organization with 1,300 outstanding scientists and researchers in 10 locations in Austria. Our specialized centers play a leading role in international infrastructure fields. Imagine being the bridge between research and industry. Engage in exciting research topics of the future. Achieve solutions for real-world problems. At AIT, we love to work together on social important challenges. Tomorrow, today, we appreciate our inspiring work environment. We work project-based. We work in multidisciplinary teams. We work flexible, self-determined. We shape our careers the way we like it. At AIT, we are ingenious partners. We are proud to make a difference today. What about you?
We are back with our next very, very interesting talk by Andra Bria. And she will be telling us a lot about creating more inclusive products and services. That's something very interesting, and I think we might have to talk about that a lot afterwards. Unfortunately, also Andra can't join us for Q&A because she's not here right now. So be prepared to get some questions from me in the chat and to also share your opinion about it. With the talk from Andra, we draw back a bow to yesterday's keynote, I would say. If you remember, Timia gave a keynote about belonging and being included in a working environment, about feeling included there. And Andra is also talking about feeling included, but from a totally different point of view. She's talking about how you feel included by using the right products and services. And actually how it makes you feel included if a product is totally right for you. So Andra is, I'm gonna introduce her a little bit because she won't be here today. So what she's doing is that she's advising early stage startups on how to launch their products and businesses and how to optimize their products. And she's doing that by combining social science together with technology and together with creative approaches. I hope that rose your curiosity now. And oh, I was pinpointed that Andra isn't on StreamYard, so we're gonna have a short Q&A with her afterwards. That's awesome. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, nevertheless, let's start with Andra's talk.
Hi, my name is Andra. I'm a digital product designer and the founder of Craft Product School, which is a product development school for young professionals and for people who would like to grow their careers in digital or transition to entrepreneurship. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about inclusion and why I think inclusion is important in designing products and services. So oftentimes we see inclusion as a nice to have, as a politically correct thing to be checked. But what if we saw inclusion as a source of innovation and growth? What happens exactly when a designed object rejects us? A door that won't open, a transit system that won't serve our neighborhood, a computer mouse that only works for people who are left-handed, a touchscreen payment system that only works for people who read English or have complete vision. These are called mismatches, as Kat Holmes says in her book, Mismatch, or barriers to interacting with the world around us. Mismatches are the building blocks of exclusion. In recent years, disability has evolved to mean not necessarily a personal health condition, but mismatch human interaction with the world around us. So if design is the source of mismatches and exclusion, can it also be the remedy? And I'm going to give you now an example that Kat Holmes uses in her book Mismatch, which is related to touchscreens, which are making their way into many environments, often replacing human beings with an automated system. They are the key to buying groceries or navigating transit stations. But touchscreens can make these spaces inaccessible to people who are not able to see or touch the screens. Another example is related to public spaces such as bathrooms. So are the door locks and toilet seats reachable for someone who's under 4 feet tall or over 7 feet tall? What physical features are required to access the sinks? Do the automated soap dispensers respond to people with a wide range of skin colors? How well does the space work for parents with kids, or for people with luggage, or for people with an injury? So the idea is that thinking about a wider group of people opens up for society to see these people that were once invisible. And I would like to outline now a few rules or a few suggestions that you can use in designing products and services. So my first suggestion would be to reimagine how inclusion looks like. If up until recently, as I stressed earlier, disability was seen as a personal attribute, today disability is seen as context dependent. Sometimes disability is temporary, can be a short-term injury, or it can happen while ordering food in a foreign country. Other times, disability is situational. For example, becoming new parents. Sometimes you can only use one hand because in daily activities because the other hand is busy with holding the child, or being in a loud crowd. So it can be very context dependent. Also, concerning longevity, age diversity is seldom addressed, but presents a huge business potential. My second suggestion is solve to one, extend to many, and is inspired by Microsoft Inclusive Design, which basically says that we could use design solutions for people with permanent disabilities as designs that benefit people universally. So, for example, a product that works well for someone who's blind might also work well for someone who's driving a car. High contrast screen settings might work well for persons with vision impairments, but also when a person uses a device in bright sunlight. My third suggestion would be to not create user personas around demographics. Try using phases of life or life events instead of age. Something else that you can do is to focus on the thinking, the inner thinking, the underlying reasoning of the subject instead of age. For example, a person who is 25 years old with motor difficulty in their fingers has the same problem hitting buttons with someone who is 90 years old. So demographics can often cause subconscious stereotyping when they are not used properly. The fourth suggestion is to pay attention to words because they are incredibly powerful when it comes to creating the best user experience. Offering inclusive gender options and asking what pronoun do your users prefer is a way to start with inclusivity. Letting users pick as many labels as they want is also desirable. You can also offer an open-ended field to allow for self-expression and prefer not to say option. And it's important also to be transparent, to explain exactly why you are asking that question and how it will benefit your users. The fifth suggestion is related to inclusive AI, and it's critical to recognize where and how bias permeates the system. So according to Microsoft Inclusive Design, there are multiple kinds of biases. The most often seen ones are data set bias, association bias, and confirmation bias. So you have to pay attention to those biases and recognize them before building your product. And in order to end this, I would like to remind you that inclusive design does not mean that you're designing one thing for all people. Is designing a diversity of ways for people to participate so that everyone has a sense of belonging.
Well, thank you so much. And Andra, I'm really, really happy that you're here with us. Hi, how are you?
Happy to be with you here.
From where are you joining us?
From Bucharest, Romania.
Oh, cool. Wow. I'm so glad that you could make it. Hey,
Well,
let's start with some questions, right?
yeah, sure.
While I'm waiting, which kind of questions are coming in during our channels? Let's start with one from my side.
Yeah.
You gave us so many examples about well-designed products and badly designed products and services. They are called mismatches, as you told us.
Yeah.
If you had the choice and if you could redesign one product for the better, what would it be?
Yeah. So I guess I will give you an example of a product I worked on. So it was a healthcare recruitment platform. So a platform that connected medical doctors with clinics. And while I participated in the design and the development of the platform. One important thing that we needed to pay attention to, or I needed to pay attention to, in the sense that it was important for us to build a product that had no biases whatsoever embedded in the product, was to pay attention, like how can we hide the age of the candidates? How can we hide their location? Because when you're hiring someone, what really matters, so the hiring process is very, like, when you're building a product for recruitment, it's very important to pay attention to certain things, like, okay, what really matters in the hiring process. So a person is usually hired for their experience and their accomplishments. But for example, stuff like gender or age can influence whether a person's CV gets more attention or not. So for example, if a medical doctor is a man and applies for a job in surgery, for a surgery position, it has been shown that people who are, like, usually men, are more they get more trust from their patients, even though women's surgeries, women who are in the surgery positions are may have the same experience as men. So it was important for us to pay attention to such details, like how do we hide the age, how do we hide the gender, how do we hide education, because or location. Education was also a factor, because you can have extremely a lot of accreditations and stuff, but you may lack the experience. So then what matters most? It matters the experience, of course. So and also showing the names, it was complicated because showing the names implied that you show the gender, of course. So yeah, it was we had to make some concessions, but it's an interesting field to work on and to apply these kind of rules, and to pay attention to this stuff.
You said that you are still working on creating this platform, right? But my guess is that this kind of neutral hiring process does not only account for the health sector, but that it would be something that every sector would profit for, right?
Yeah, yeah. So the platform was connecting medical doctors with clinics. So that was the particular sector that functioned in. So the hiring process basically can send a clear signal that the job is for you or not for you. But how many aspects of this process have a direct correlation of how well a person will really perform in a role over a multi-year career? So that's why it's important. It's a critical step and it's a critical process. Yet there have been solutions. So I saw a few platforms that I think one of them is called Applied. Let me check. That specifically that have in their value proposition the idea of hiding certain aspects, certain like age or gender, so to remove bias in the hiring process.
But I do see also the point why it is especially important for the health sector, because you mentioned it before that it seems that a male doctor gains more trust than a female one. So there has to be the neutrality from the beginning on in order to not get stuck.
Yeah.
In these predetermined stereotypes.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a question from our channel.
Yeah.
And yeah, that question gets a little more personal. Timia is wondering, how come you got started on this topic and what motivated you to do that?
Yeah. Thank you for this question. It's actually, I am a feminist at core. I have studied equality studies. I have a master's degree in equality studies and gender mainstreaming. And since my studies, I became really interested into the topic of diversity and inclusion, and I started researching a lot on my own. And I read a lot of books, and I try to apply in my work the principles that I've learned during my master's studies, and also throughout my lectures, what I've read, and so on. So it's kind of a passion of mine, I can say. That was also kind of augmented with the studies that I've done. But yeah.
That's inspiring. I'm actually seeing someone typing, and I'm just waiting.
I will send you the platform. Can I send it in the chat?
Yes, you can. Yes, good idea. You can send it directly either in the chat with me and I post it into the channel, or you do have also access to the channel of your specific talk.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I will post there too.
That's cool.
These are some platforms that offer they offer blind hiring for example, Gap Jumpers is offering blind hiring for removing unconscious bias. And I also have another example that I would like to share with you that I didn't put in my talk.
Please.
It's called Textio, and related to the question with the job application process. So basically what Textio does is help you create job ads that are very inclusive in their language. So oftentimes you can see job ads that are very that can draw more men or more women to apply to that specific job ad because of the words they use. So some words have been proven to attract more male candidates. Other
Could you give an example of one of these words?
Yeah,
could you
so
give an example for the word?
So for example, words like fast-paced company, competitive company, results-driven, result-oriented. These have been proven to be more that attract more male audiences, and words such as that convey a certain sense of community have been shown to attract, like have been proven to have a more like a slightly feminine tone. So these two basically helps you to create a job announcement that is more balanced.
Okay. We received another question on the channel, and that is how you are dealing with your own bias when it comes to creating products.
That's a very good question. So there are a lot of tools that have been put on that big companies and corporates are using to help their employees discover their inherent biases. They put at their disposal a lot of tests, implicit association bias tests, and so on and so forth. But for me, what I do is kind of start from a point where I try to acknowledge my privilege. It's kind of easy to I don't know, like have sort of a list of things that you check or not. So okay, you come from a point of privilege because you are educated, you are a white person, you are your sexual orientation, your so everything you have to do some sort of a list to check and see and start from that place. So once you acknowledge your privileges and your so your privileges, you definitely start from a more conscious place whenever you are starting a process of creating a product.
Yeah, and privileges appear on so many levels. Like you are privileged because you're educated. Sometimes you're not privileged because you are the woman in a special field. But on the other side, you're again privileged as a white woman, in contrary to another woman. You are privileged as an educated woman, in contrary to someone else. And I guess that's a really, really huge step to be aware of one's own privilege.
Yeah, and also whenever you are coming into a discussion with people that you don't know, or entering a space with people that you don't know, you have to wonder, you have to think about, okay, maybe I should give others the right to talk. Like, I should not the right to talk because they have this right. Maybe I should give others the opportunity to talk and express themselves. So not to take up space, even if I'm more knowledgeable in a subject. I try to not take up space and occupy space for people who maybe don't have the chance to express themselves or cannot express themselves that easily, but maybe I could help them express themselves. Or
I would like to change the direction of this Q&A a little bit, if it's okay.
Yeah.
I know that you also wrote a book.
Yes.
You wrote a book for children, and it's called Tales for the Future.
Yes, it's true.
Would you like to tell us about it and tell us how it works?
Yes, it's my pleasure. So it's a really nice topic for me. So I ran this workshops called Design for Equality, in which the aim was to create products and services for a more equal workplace. So during these sessions, I ran these sessions in Vienna, in Berlin, and Bucharest. And during some of these sessions, a lot of product ideas came about. And in one of the sessions, one of the participants came up with the idea of a dictionary for kids with sexist phrases. So it was really nice to envision how would that dictionary would look like, especially for girls and boys alike. And then after the session, we kind of gathered, and I think the idea of writing or doing something for the emancipation of little girls was with me before, but somehow this product inspired me to create, and I was like, okay, let's create a book for kids, in which has a feminist touch to it. And we created 11 stories, like feminist stories, and we gathered 11 artists from all around the world who responded to our call and created each one an illustration for each story. And we also augmented them with augmented reality. I have some friends here in Vienna who are very talented with augmented reality. And they help me like enhance the illustrations. So yeah, the book is on the market already. If you want to order it, you can.
That's cool. So it's on the market means that it can be purchased online, I guess.
Yes.
I'm gonna type the name of your book into the channel, okay, so that everyone knows it, because you already got the responses that people are looking forward to reading your book.
Haha. It's talesforthefuture.com. So you can pre-order that from there.
So we are coming to the end of our Q&A session. If you would be so kind to send us the links you mentioned, that would be great. Again, for the audience, check out Andra's book. It's Tales for the Future. Check out the website, talesforthefuture.com. And also check out the several platforms that Andra mentioned, where you can either try to hire personnel via an objective initial way, or where you can create your job applications. Also,
yes.
Andra, we got the response that one of the companies who is present there today was using or is using one of these platforms you mentioned. That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing.
It's AIT, the Austrian Research of Technology.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. So, Andra, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much.
your weekend.
Yeah, you too. And
Thank you.
good luck with the sessions, the following
Thank
sessions.
you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's enjoy our next break and grab something to drink and relax a little bit.
Women in Mobility is a network for women in the transport sector. It was founded 2015 in Cologne, and now there are already 10 hubs in 4 different countries. In the beginning of 2020, we founded the first hub in Austria, in Vienna.
Together, we want to increase the visibility and amount of women working in the mobility area. Having in thought that more than 50% of users of public transport are women, we also think we have to have an equal share in creating such services. So there's still a lot to do.
How do we do this? We regularly organize events on various topics. We bring women on stage and make them visible, and we offer space for networking and collaboration.
And as our Minister Gewessler said at the last meeting, network, recommend each other, speak up for your colleagues, and make the work of other women visible.
You want to join one of our events? Get in touch with us or cooperate with the network Women in Mobility? Then write us a mail via wien@womeninmobility.org or check out our social media channels. We love to get in touch and shape the future of mobility. See you!
Before we continue with our next talk, let me again mention our sponsors for this 2-day lasting event. Wir haben AIT and Cloudflight. Thank you so much again. It's also so cool that you're actively taking part in the discussions that are coming up. And to our audience, again, the big announcement and the big reminder, if you are in our Discord channel, don't hesitate to jump into the channel of our sponsors or just read the descriptions and check out their website. Next on stage is Daniela Hellman, who will talk about how to co-create the future of your profession. Daniela was a research assistant in her previous job, and now she is a UI UX designer at Cloudflight. And I can tell you that her talk is getting to get personal. She will tell us a lot about her experience on the job. And I bet that you will hear just from her talk how passionate she is about usability, human-computer interaction, user experiences and design, and all of these words connected to UX. And she will be also available for a Q&A afterwards. And having said that, please, Daniela, the stage is yours with your talk.
Hi, it's great to be part of this conference, and today I would like to talk about co-create the future of your profession and how an agile mindset empowered me to found the right UX team. Am I the right person to found the UX team? That were exactly the words that came into my mind when I saw the chance and also the need to found the UX team. I was not sure if I'm the right person, and I also was not sure if I have enough experience or I can do it. Hopefully, you will get an answer to that question at the end of my talk. So first of all, I would like to start to introduce myself. So my name is Daniela Hellman. Everybody calls me just Dani, and I'm a UX designer at Cloudflight. Today, I want to share my story of how I found a UX team. Let's talk about the company where I'm working. So I work for Cloudflight, I think for 2.5 years, and we design, build, and operate tailor-made software together with our customers to build their digital business and to grow the digital business. So I thought it would be quite interesting to know kind of the size of our company. So we are around 400 employees at the moment. We are distributed through 17 locations, and yeah, we already implemented more than 600 successful software projects, and we have more than 13 years of experience. If you want to know more about the company, just check out our website. You find all the information there. And if you have questions, you can, of course, also ask me. So how did my journey started? So the beginning of my UX passion was in my study times. I studied media technology at the University of Applied Science, and I did there my bachelor and my master. But actually, it was more like a happenstance. I wanted to become a developer first, but yeah, things go different, and now I'm here. I also did my master thesis in human-computer interaction, and I worked in the research group and collected my first working experience there. It was really nice. And then in January 2018, I started as the first full-time UX designer at Cloudflight. So at that time, we were around 70 employees in Vienna, I think around 200 employees in total. And at that time, we were not sure if there's enough work for me. So I just started with one project, but within just 2 months, I had several projects, and it was so nice. I worked with many project teams, with many development teams, and tried to create an understanding and an awareness for the UX topic. I implemented various UX methods and tried different techniques. but it was more on a project level, I would say. And then in October 2019, it's not so long ago, there was a time when I recognized that it's time to form a team. It's time to form a UX team. And here we go. That's how we started as a UX team. We were 3 people and we're super enthusiastic about forming our team. Before the time, we were very focused on our projects and to have successful projects and create awareness in the projects. But I would say we didn't work together in a structured way. Of course, we shared some knowledge shares and some experience, but yeah, why? Why did we found our team and why was it so important for us? That was exactly the questions we got asked so many times at the beginning. And here I want to show you some of the reasons. First of all, to balance our workload. So there were times when we were really busy and we did not know who can take over new project requests. And what was really important for us was to get a better overview on our projects, on the requests, and also on the resources. And also, we wanted to align and define our processes. We wanted to build a shared understanding within our team, but also in the whole company. And we wanted to define how we would like to work together, especially in the future. Learning from each other was also very crucial for us. So to share our knowledges, to share our experiences, and also our best practices. And of course, we wanted to push and develop UX within the company. So to create awareness, to bring UX to the next level, and also to bring UX in every offer we have was a super important step for us. And I wanted to put this on one slide because it's so essential for us. We care for each other and we also tackle challenges together. And yeah, we had a lot of challenges. We still have some. And here I will present some quotes we got, especially at the beginning. And the first is we just need some UX hours upfront. But for us, in reality, it's super important to be part of the whole project, to be part of the whole development process so that we can get feedback from developers at the beginning to get technical input. And on the other hand, that we can give input later on, we can test the application, that we can involve the users and the customers in the whole process. Isn't UX the same as UI? A classical one. So we also got this wrong very, very often, and we still have a bit the challenge that we are a bit, I would say, focused on visual things. But yeah, we want to have user involvement in the whole life cycle of software development. So to have user research at the beginning and a feasibility testing and so on. We would need UX support tomorrow. So we got requests on very short notice, and it was sometimes really impossible to plan our requests, to plan the need of UX and so on. And we also got often the question or the statement, we just need some screen designs. Screen designs are fine. We don't need the other stuff. So also here, the big focus on the visual thing. Someone who can take over a UX project or task. And we often had to say, we don't think so, because we were really, really busy sometimes. A question that we asked was, is UX already calculated in the project? And we got the answer not, or not yet. So also here, it was important to get UX into the offers, and so to cover the whole budgeting stuff and topic. Also a classical one. We already know what the user needs, and when we ask, have you already talked to them? We often got the answer no. And all these quotes showed us that communication is the key. So we really try to make problems and challenges transparent. We try to communicate really honest and show how we work, what's important for us. We explain our perspective, and we also would like to share our knowledge. And especially internal, but also external. And that's also why I'm holding this talk today. And now I want to come to the point where I would like to share how we did it and what we learned from the whole process. So, first of all, it does not need to be perfect. It's just important to do the first step. And this is so important for me because often people, or also I have to include myself, we do overthink stuff, but it doesn't need to be perfect. And we define together our process in an iterative way, and it's really not important how this UX process works. It's just how what we came up with. But we defined it in an iterative way, and we defined it in several workshops, and it really works well for us at the moment. But this does not mean that it will also work perfectly in the future. So if we came to the point that we say it's not what we like at the moment, then we can just change our process. And this is how we work together at the moment. And these are essential things for us that worked out really well. And the first thing is we have a weekly, it's remote. It's kind of a UX sync where we discuss the project requests, where we talk about news and updates, and everybody can ask for help. What I really like is our new concept. We call them design reviews. So we have some feedback sessions on designs in smaller groups or in a one-on-one, and it's so valuable because you get a lot of feedback and there's so much knowledge exchange, and you get a new perspective on things. And that brings me to the next point. So we really have a lot of knowledge sharing. We collect resources. We have a lot of book recommendations, for example. We have some templates for designs, for interviews, usability tests, and so on. We have a lot of discussions, and we also organize, I would call it discussion rounds. So for example, one is planned for the next week or in 2 weeks. It will be about HLUX. And we also quickly share new trends or new things we found on the internet in our chat. What I can really recommend is doing retros. To have retrospectives can help to improve the process. We have them one per month or one per 2 months, and it really brought our UX team to the next level and still does it. So we really honestly communicate things we like, things we don't like, things we would like to change, also our expectations and what's going on in our team, what's going on in the project. So I can definitely recommend this. And we now have a project management together. So we handle all our requests in our weekly. We also have a board with tickets and with all our projects listed there. And we discuss it together. We discuss what possibilities do we have, who would be a good fit, who can take it over, is someone interested in a task or a project. And these things worked out really well for us. Second one is create a vision. And it's really important to know where your path should lead you. recreated our vision, and our vision is to be as good at UX as we are in the field of software development. So our company is already well known in the software development field, and that we create good quality applications and software, but we are not known in the UX community, and that's why we want to have UX as an essential part of every project that we have. Passion keeps you motivated, especially in hard or challenging times. And yeah, I also had, of course, some challenging times. It's really personal, but I would like to share my challenging times and my thoughts on that with you. So there were moments when I had doubts, and it was quite frustrating sometimes and quite hard for me. And the first thing, or the first time when doubts came over me, was the first UX team announcement meeting, because it didn't meet my expectations. I think I cannot go into detail on that point, but yeah, I was not so happy at the end. There were really stressful times in which nobody could take over UX tasks in projects, and we really did not know how we can how can we handle the situation and how can we go through this. But we did, so that's the good part of it. I had sometimes the feeling that the effort didn't got recognized, and also that was frustrating for me. There were moments when I longed for more support. For example, when the need for more UX experts was not understood at the beginning. And I don't know, this is one thing that I really struggled with. Maybe some of you know that or have experienced something similar. So a few people gave me the feeling that I'm not tough enough for a leadership role, or that I don't have the right personality or leadership style. And yeah, I really thought a lot of nights and a lot of times about that. And every time I do something for the first time, I also have some doubts, because I'm not sure if I'm doing things right, if everything will be fine in the end. And yeah, there's just some insecurities. And what I want to say is, these are just some moments, and these will you will go through them, and you can solve anything. For every problem there is a solution, and please don't give up. All these things are totally worth it, and some also make you a bit stronger or tougher, but please don't give up. One thing I also want to share or communicate is, find people that support you, because it helps in so many ways, and it also helps to go through the hard times. And here I just want to show some of the people in the company that helped me a lot, that supported me on my path. And yeah, I think sometimes it was just a talk, sometimes it was, I don't know, just sharing some thoughts and some things. And I'm really thankful for all the nice talks we had together. So thank you. There is not one right way. This is also one thing that I learned. So you just have to find your right way. And why this is so important for me to say is, I sometimes have the feeling that people think there is just one way to achieve a goal, or one perfect leadership style, or yeah. But I think everyone can do it. Everyone has to find his own way to achieve things, and everyone can push topics that are important for the person. one of my last points is to enjoy and celebrate the success. So there will be the moment when you see and recognize success, and then be proud, be thankful, and be happy for it. I have listed some of the achievements we have, or some of the things we achieved so far. So our team is growing. We have now 7 UX enthusiasts in our team, and we will have 3 interns this summer for the first time. We get more and more UX project requests. I think at the moment it's around 3 to 5 new requests per month. We already see that we created awareness and also created a shared understanding. So we see that the knowledge is spreading, that the success and also our story is spreading. And it's so great to get positive feedback, to see that we have impact, and to really see and feel the change. So it's definitely time to celebrate. And here we go. That's the team now. We are a distributed team. So that's one of the screenshots of our calls, of our weeklies. Nikita, for example, she's working from Cluj in Romania. We have people that are working from Linz. And yeah, hopefully we will grow more and will be more distributed in the future. It's really, really nice, and I enjoy every call that we have. And it's just the beginning of our journey. So let's see where the journey will take us. And what I want to say in the end is have courage, try, and learn. And thank you for listening to my talk. Let's stay in touch. I would be really thankful to receive feedback from you. If you have some questions, just ask them. And if you know other people you would like to hear my story, I'm happy to speak at other meetups or events. So thanks a lot. And yeah, have a nice day and enjoy the other talks. Bye.
Thank you so much. Come on, Daniela, let's start our Q&A. Hi, there you are.
Hey, yeah, here I am.
Hi. Hey, let me tell our audience that this was your first ever talk at the conference.
Yes, that's true.
Wow. I wouldn't have known it. How do you feel?
It's fine at the moment. I think wouldn't it have been online? I think I would be more nervous, so in front of a big audience. But it's fine. I hope, or hopefully, we can do this in the future. So in the real world. But for the first time, it was really a great experience.
That's true. This lack of audience makes everything a little numb.
Yeah.
But well, let's start with some questions, I would say. So first of all, let me thank you really from my heart that you went so personal, that you really told how you felt during the whole process of building up the team. I guess it can't be taken for granted that every company allows an employee to be so open with telling that on stage. I think that's cool. Talking about that, you did mention a lot of the difficult moments that you had during this building up phase, and you mentioned that you had to overcome some difficulties. And you gave this example when the UX team announcement meeting took place, and it kind of wasn't what you were expecting. So what I wanted to know is, I guess that a lot of our audiences can relate to that, because it often happens to you that you are passionate about something at work, and you actually do get the support from your colleagues, you get the support from your management and from the company at all, and then it's about to start, and then you're suddenly like, so it just didn't turn out the way you wanted to. My question is there any recommendation from your side how you can overcome such situations and how you can still stay focused on the thing you want to do?
Yes, I think everybody knows such moments where you want to drive something and then you bring the topic up and then it's a bit different than expected. I think the most important thing is really to communicate. So on the one hand, to really ask or also to share expectations or also share then some doubts and why it was not as expected, because sometimes in the end there's just a different perspective or there's already a story that happened or someone made some experience and so on. So understanding the other person or other persons understanding a different perspective can really help also to then push the topic in a bit different direction or give it a other try. And yeah, I think it's just important to stay motivated. Don't take it personally. It's yeah, see it as a thing you can grow and where you can learn something from it. And it also really helps to just talk about it with colleagues, talk about it with family and friends. So they have some really great advices, and maybe someone of the people can help you to also push the topic, or yeah, just can be like a moderator in some situations. So this can really help. And yeah, just be happy, be thankful for the chances you get, and stay motivated, stay driving the topics also in the difficult times, because it's worth it, and you can do it. And maybe sometimes it just needs a bit of time, but in the end everything will be fine.
Apropos not taking things personally, I think that's a really good advice. You mentioned that you received the question or this saying like, isn't UI UX the same? I know that people tend to think it's the same. What do you respond to these people? How do you deal with it? How do you stay calm? Like telling them the fifth or second time.
I take always the chance to explain our whole UX process. So yeah, most of the time, just people don't know the topic so good or have made experience. I also have the feeling in project where we already included, there is a great understanding. So you can see what is the impact also of involving the user, for example. And yeah, I just start explaining. So sometimes nobody can stop me then. So I'm sorry then, but yeah, just explaining what's your view, what's your view of the world and your view of good quality software and so on. And yeah, then the good thing is also people will spread the word. So you are not the only person telling about UX and telling about what's the difference and why it's so important. So also in our, I would call it company-wide success stories, UX is mentioned now more often, and people are spreading the word, and that's great.
It's also a chance to explain it all over again, because you also have to just deal with it. There is someone who just really doesn't know the difference at all because he or she just never had the chance to deal with it. So I imagine that's what you said, that you can bring it to the world and extend it and extend the knowledge about it.
Exactly.
Let me tell you that you got a lot of support on the Discord channel. So a lot of the audience just says, yeah, right, there has to be put more emphasis on UI and UX. They are telling you how great your talk was.
Oh, thank you. That's really nice to hear.
Yeah.
And I think it's not only in the UX area. I think this can be applied on any subject, any area, every how should I call it? Every topic that is just started in a company and needs to evolve and needs some support.
That's really what our intention was: bringing examples on stage, empowering other women, being the example for other ones and encouraging someone else to do the same. We are running out of our Q&A time. I would like to have a last break before we reach our lightning talks. So everyone, please stay here for the lightning talks. We have an own channel dedicated to lightning talks, so you can also post your questions during the whole lightning talks go on. And well, I will come back later to the topic of that after a 10 minutes break. See you then, guys.
Bye.
And Daniela. We are back with, I would call it the highlight of today. We have the lightning talks coming on soon. For me, it's exciting because, well, I don't know what they will tell us, as you don't know it. We have some lightning talks scheduled, and just to explain to you how it works, again, for transparency reasons, we have informed the lightning talks in which order they're gonna be called on stage, yeah, because it's online and remote, and it's so difficult to improvise on that. And there's nothing left to say for me, actually. Without too many words, I would like to call our first lightning talk speaker on stage, which is Kamal.
Hi, Cornelia. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session. Today, I would be talking about demystifying the source and leveling up your code review. I'm Kamal. I'm a project manager in Flutter and a YouTuber. Today, I'll be talking about the importance of clean architecture code and the skill that is required to balance between a strictly documented process and a non-threatening collaborative environment. Now, whenever there's a new technology in the market, everybody is keen to know about it, learn it, and then convert an idea into a product. But most of the developers actually do not build a well architecture or a structured code, or a well-tested code, or a good quality code. So today we will see the techniques to demystify your own code, and at the same time also learn how to develop the code review skills and give a constructive feedback. The reason that you're going to say, the reason why I emphasize so much on this code review or understanding the code is that you're not going to stay as a developer throughout your journey. You will come across where you have to review codes and also review your peer code. And that's a very important skill that you need to develop to give a constructive feedback. So definitely I was in the situation where I looked into my own code and I was like, is this my code? Why did I write this function here? I could have written it in a better way. So these kind of questions should not pop up in the later stage. So let's see how we can fix these missing code. Or how do you turn your spaghetti code into a clean code? So there are a few missing factors that you need to really concentrate. The first one would be a clean architecture code, which is the first step. It's been said by Robert, the Uncle Bob, who says that the software must follow this layer architecture in which, and if you do this, your system is resilient to any changes in future. So it becomes a framework independent, testable, database free, your UI is separated, your database is different. And rather than getting entangled, even if I want to do a small update on the code, it gets really messy. Also, it's very important to follow some kind of model or a feature-driven structure. So the major problem for the messy or a spaghetti code is all the developers are looking for this instant gratification. That is, I just need to get the output and I'm done for the day. But people really do not check for performance, quality, test cases, or even device check. So it's really important to understand these features before you jump into building great softwares. Design rules. What I mean by design rules, am I talking about the UI design? No, I'm talking about using polymorphism instead of if-else, avoid logical dependencies, having a consistency process that you follow throughout your code so that when you look at your code, if someone who is not into this background, they should feel your code should actually speak everything. So that's how you need to write clean code. And also structure codes with more searchable, meaningful, pronounceable names. And also try to avoid writing inner classes and those kind of features. Another important thing is testing. Most of the developers do not follow testing process, which is very important and it has to be adopted in early stages before you start building software. Even to make your software bug free, or even if you add some new features into your software, by writing test codes, you can actually understand the importance of it. And the later part, or the last thing that I would say people should emphasize or understand is the documentation. Writing documentation, understanding the testing process, whether it could be a simple README notes, a screenshot, license, log issues, contributions, title, description is very important. And some tools like GitHub, Atlassian, Glyphy, if you use them, they all are open source. Please feel free to use them. Coming to the constructive feedback, I think there are 5 points that you really need to understand. Giving feedback is a skill. Do you really need a feedback or is it necessary? Understand this. Feedback is a culture. Talk about the code and not the coder. And there is always a new perspective on your code. For me, it's 6, and for you, it is 9. So both are right, no one is wrong here. Give a productive criticism. Talk to the person whenever needed. Accept that there are different solutions. And so if you keep these points in mind, you'll give a constructive feedback. So if you understand the essence of these features that I talked about, definitely you can build a well-structured code and give a constructive feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamal. Next on stage is Jaita Putatunda.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Kamal. That was a great, precise talk. My name is Jaita. I'm a senior data scientist with Intelligent. We are an analytics company based out of New York City. And I quickly wanted to share today something that's very important to me. And I feel everybody around me that I have spoken to have somewhere or sometime in their career have felt that. And this feeling is called like, we don't know enough of what we are doing. It can also be termed as an imposter syndrome in a very technical and philosophical terms of it. But I guess it's very important for all of us in this, like, how quickly tech is evolving, how we can, kind of navigate the tech space without like, that's how I feel about it, that I navigate the tech space without like kind of losing my sanity. So how many times have you all thought that, kind of that you're just getting by in the job, you're not really good. Maybe the success that you got or the promotion that you got came through because you are like your team was great and you got great support, and you kind of like undervalue your inputs or undervalue your contributions to the team. So I feel these are all like kinds of pointers because the tech is moving so fast and the innovations are like every day changing. There's new methods, new libraries, new technologies that's coming up. So how can we kind of keep our pace with it and grow with this boom without feeling the need of, oh my god, I don't know enough. So how do we methodically handle that feeling and accept and go ahead? So let's take look at 5 steps that I feel that really helps me get to that point. First of all, own it. That's the first single most important factor of it. Feeling insecure or like kind of not feeling up to the mark for the role is kind of like the first sign that you are challenging yourself and are going out of your comfort zone in that sense. So own that. And own that accomplishment, that only then you will be able to navigate that feeling. So if you are always too comfortable in the job that you're doing, that means like you're just stagnant without any growth in the portfolio or the profile that you're working in, and that's not good for both your intellectual and emotional well-being and growth in the later part of your career. So if you feel that there's something that you're trying to do but you're stuck, that's a good feeling. Take a moment, understand, and then take a deep breath, and then we go forward how to do for the next step. The next step is like what I do is like I always keep an accomplishment journal, which is very important for me. So trust me, it helps to kind of like quantify out loud while negotiating maybe for a promotion, or even for like during a midweek slump, like when middle of Wednesday afternoon I'm not feeling too good, and I'm like craving and I want to eat a lot of sugar and like kind of give me that high. But then instead of doing that, maybe let your like read your journal, let your achievement be that kind of excitement for you in your mind. For the third step, I would say that remember that no one expects you to know everything. I know that especially being a data scientist, I know that there's new models every day that comes up, and we are supposed to be like up to it and know about it, but no one expects you to know everything at one go. They just want you to understand the basics of your job. Like for me, if there's a new model, how do I test it? What are the model evaluations? What are the metrics parameters that I should look at? And the rest comes from experience. So working with clients, dealing with real life challenges, and like doing the work hands on kinds of gives you the edge. So if you're still like, a new grad who's just like, starting out, and there's too many things to know, so don't get afraid of it and resist yourself from learning. That could be the worst thing. The fourth point is like kind of, network is like network with your like-minded people. So this is what we are doing right now, like, sharing our stories, like understand how they have reached there. Don't be afraid to reach out and, kind of seek guidance. Like if you find someone in LinkedIn who's doing great work in your line of work, and you want, kind of want to navigate the space with them, reach out and let them know that how they can help you. I'm sure everybody is open to help once you ask them on how they can contribute. If you're seeing someone is doing a great job, go tell them. So that kind of appreciation and praise goes a long way in boosting their motivation as well as yours, because now they know that, okay, I have someone who appreciates the kind of work I do, and like, kinds of looks up to me. So that's going to motivate the way they are working, as well as how you feel. I guess, like they say that empowered women empower other women, and that's why we are here together, all of us, working through it and seeing how we can do best. And the last part and the last factor, very important to keep in mind, is that you should always look after yourself. When I say look after yourself, like being physically active, like, taking health seriously, because if your health suffers, everything suffers. Like you suffer emotionally, you suffer physically, and then that mental piece of, kind of focusing on a particular project or a topic kinds of goes haywire. I know, like, 'cause there are some days when I'm kind of overdosing on coffee, which I'm trying to cut down. I'm trying to, like, bring more fruits and water in my like everyday diet, so that I am kind of focused around the work that I'm trying to do. So if you, and at the end of the day, if you're emotionally and mentally happy, then your enthusiasm will be through the roof, and the only barrier that you feel that you don't know enough and you can't push through your limits will kind of vanish. And because the barrier to anything that we can do is like only us, there's no way anyone else can limit how we kind of explore and excel in our career. So I hope that was like a quick pointer notes on navigating the tech space. I've been working here for almost 5 years, and I know how hard it gets sometimes. So all the best to all of you. Please do reach out to me in LinkedIn if you have any questions. And it was like amazing speaking to you guys. Very excited, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Hope you guys have a great conference day.
Thank you, Joyita, and thank you very much for encouraging all of us to ask for help in the community. If anyone of our audience has questions to our Lightning Talk speakers, again, feel free to jump into the Lightning Talks channel and start a talk there, because we won't have the speakers on stage to answer questions. Just use the channel. Next on stage will be Marilyn Wilkinson. Please, stage is yours.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Wilkinson. I'm a digital marketing consultant, and I help IT companies like IBM to position and differentiate their products in order to acquire more customers and increase sales and revenue. I'm going to talk to you today about two things. So the first one is how to find and understand your target audience for your technical service. And then I'm going to give you my 3 top tips on how to create convincing messaging that will resonate with your target audience and motivate them to buy from you. So the first and most important thing in the whole of marketing is to understand your audience. Who are they? What are their priorities and pain points? How do they make decisions? And this is important whether you're selling t-shirts for €5 or enterprise software for 5 million. Also, if you're selling to other businesses, you'll need to consider the whole buyer committee, since decisions are rarely made by one person alone. So, who are the key decision makers? Who are the gatekeepers? Say you're selling HR analytics software. your target audience might be the head of HR, but they're also influenced by the people in their team, the HR coordinators, HR business partners, etc. And the gatekeepers are probably the heads of finance and IT. And each one of these stakeholders is going to have very different questions and priorities. So how can you understand your audience better? Well, the best thing to do is to build out buyer personas, which is a fictional character profile representing your ideal customer. So the head of HR might be Sarah, has a business degree, 40 years old, 2 kids, has been working in HR for 20 years. HubSpot has a great free tool for this. I don't work for HubSpot, just recommending a free tool. If you Google HubSpot buyer persona, you will find it, and it really helps you bring your target audience to life. And then the next step is to segment your target audience according to company size, industry, location, so you can create relevant messaging for each. So for example, one SaaS company was offering a free trial on their website, which probably sounds perfectly fine, right? But they actually tripled the number of signups when they changed the offer for their large enterprise customers from start free trial to get a quote. Large enterprise customers can't just start downloading software. They need to discuss it internally. They need approval. So you can't treat all your customers like they're the same. You need to segment them and personalize your communication. So you know who your target audience is, you've segmented them into groups. Now you can get started with your messaging. Yay! So my top 3 tips for this are, number 1, focus on your customer's pain. Every purchasing decision we make moves us along the pain to pleasure line. You know, what keeps your customers awake at night? Understand that and craft your strategy accordingly. The second tip is it's not about you. And this is a mistake I see a lot. If you go on an IT company's website, you'll often see phrases like, we are the market leader for X, or we are a data-driven IT company with expertise in blah, blah, blah. But any psychologist will tell you people are obsessed with themselves. So you really need to make it clear what you can do for them. So instead of, you know, we're a HR analytics software company, a better tagline would be, for example, you know, increase employee satisfaction by 500%, for example. And then my last and final tip is to emphasize the benefits and not the features. So people don't buy a mattress, they buy a comfortable night's sleep. And when Steve Jobs launched the original iPod, the slogan was 1,000 songs in your pocket. So Steve could have talked about the 5 gig hard drive, the FireWire connectivity, the synchronization to iTunes, but he didn't. He went with 1,000 songs in your pocket, and that's something that anyone can understand, whether they're a developer or your grandma. If no one understands your product, no matter how innovative the technology might be, no one is going to buy it. So yeah, they are my tips. Understand your audience, focus on them, focus on their pain. If you have any questions about this, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or via my website, fullstackcopywriter.com. Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marilyn. Our next lightning talk speaker is Regina Babbo.
Hello, sorry. Okay. Hello, I'm a data scientist in the finance sector. I'm from Portugal, but I'm living in Vienna since almost 4 years. And my lightning talk is going to be about changing from academia to industry. So I was working before as a geographical information systems expert, and then and right now I'm a data scientist. Not yet senior, but it's quite a little change, let's say it like that. And this my lightning talk is going to focus 3 main points that I had to deal with, but it can be different from person to person. There's no one way. So my talk is definitely just to help you out to figure out what is important for you, and if you can use it, then I will be super happy. So the first one, the first thing I had to deal with was to understand what skills I could transfer to industry, as well to how to convert my CV to a more industry style, and also network as well. It still is important. So regarding the transferable skills, the skills that I saw that were important to industry, and they are actually at the moment still important, are the writing skills, critical thinking skills, the ability to review research literature and write reports. That's definitely still something that it's an asset, because I'm quite quick to go through the things and then to present, the main points, and that's quite, my boss really likes that, and gives him an overall, and then makes him or the team to start to think about other stuff. My data analysis experience, as well the statistical expertise, programming knowledge as well was important. I had to learn by myself Python. I had worked already Python with ArcGIS, but it was not like towards a data science style. So there I had to improve a little bit more, but it was okay. And my oral presentation skills as well were extremely important and are in industry. So regarding the curriculum, the CV, so you definitely have to prepare or convert your CV in an industry style, like what kind of the formatting style, or even the length, because recruiters or even recruiters go through the CVs and they have really to catch something really special, let's say it like that. You have to shine on paper. It's quite difficult, but nevertheless, there are templates that you can see online, and to get some inspiration, and then go or follow that and adapt to it. For example, publications are something that is very important in research. You can summarize your publications by choosing the most significant 3 ones, for example. So like that, your employers are able to see your overall productivity without having to go through a long list. Use as well job position keywords. For example, I had to adapt the way how I was presenting myself in the CV. Instead of using, for example, geographical information systems technician, I had to start to use like data analyst, and then now data scientist. So it's this kind of play that we have to consider as well. Use active past tense verbs like implemented, designed, developed. So like that, you show that you accomplished results during your academia time. And then a very personal point is like, when you read your job description, if you see that you can do 80% of what is written there, just go for it. Like just apply, believe in yourself, because you definitely can do it. It can't be that, like every single little thing that, I can do this, and that. If it's 80%, just go for it. And then the last point is network. Network is definitely extremely important, because it can give you insights on how things work in industry, and as well you contact with experts that can help you help you to understand better how things work. So get on LinkedIn, of course, attend meetups. I started to attend to meetups here in Vienna, like with the Vienna Data Science Group. Later on, I became to know about the Women Techmakers, so it was like a snowball. So definitely go to meetups. Speak also with the recruiters in order to understand what industry is searching for, or as well to understand the whole process. Advertise yourself, like doing lightning talks or presentations in conferences and these kind of things, or make a website of yourself where you can show your skills. Seek as well your industry contacts. For example, you can see if there's any academic advisor who has links to local industries or companies, and like that, it can be a starting point. You can also look for initiatives and programs, such as mentorship programs, where you can start, to see if indeed industry is for you or not. I started, for example, at AIMS before I became a data scientist at the financial sector, and there I started as a very junior level. It can happen this, but I started to have the feeling that I like this environment. I started to understand how things went through. I just was there like less than a year, but it was extremely important. So I could understood that, yeah, definitely I want to be in industry. And as well, volunteer yourself in projects so you can create connections, because these small groups of work can you show your skills, your presentation skills, but at the same time you create the bond.
Sorry for interrupting, Regina.
I finished.
Let me explain to the audience that we gave every lightning speaker 5 minutes of time without slides, as you realized, and we try to stick to that. And unfortunately, that means that sometimes we have to cut someone off. But, well, fortunately, Regina has actually finished her talk, was about to finish. Well, we still have a lightning speaker in line. We're just waiting to bring her online because, like in every online conference, there are always some difficulties for everyone to join the streaming software and so on. We are waiting for Simran Yadav.
Hi everybody, this is Simran and I am really sorry about the whole technology thing and my video not being available, but I'm glad I could do it through audio. So today I am just going to share a few quick tips about data science. So I recently, literally 7 days ago, finished my master's in business data analytics from United States, and right now I'm working with a labor market intelligence company called Greenwich HR, and it sort of collects hiring and pay data from all around the country and analyzes that so that it can be used by different organizations, by data scientists, by hiring and recruiting firms. So it's a dynamic data, but really challenging since we are working with really dynamic updates in data almost every single day. So that was a quick view on my background, but I'm just gonna go ahead and share the top 3 tips that I think would help someone who is considering getting into the data analytics or data science field. So my first tip would be to definitely learn some coding. If you don't have much coding skills, that's okay. According to a study of all the data scientists that are there today, about 22% of them have 1 to 2 years of coding, and only about 19% have less than a year coding skills. So you're not too behind if you're just thinking of getting started. And Python and R are the industry standard, but about 90% of data scientists prefer R, and that's especially good for unstructured data. I personally prefer R, but that's also because of my inclination towards statistics. But either one of those are fine, but get really comfortable with storing data, retrieving, accessing, manipulating, and making the best out of it. My second tip for data scientists or aspiring data scientists would be to have some mathematical knowledge. Nothing too extensive like advanced calculus or derivatives, but yeah, get comfortable with algebra, statistics, and probability. And my last tip would be to have some domain knowledge. It really helps you if you want to get into a specific field of data science like sports analytics or fintech or supply chain analytics. I think you can really make sense of all the number crunching that you're doing if you understand the story behind it, if you get the concept. So, yeah, these 3 are my top tips: learn coding, have some mathematical knowledge, and domain knowledge as well. And to sort of wrap up here, look on LinkedIn or Indeed for data scientist job roles and jot down the most common requirements and start working on those skills first. This will really make you ready, or at least being a skill, having the basic skills to be a working data scientist. And lastly, the process of becoming a thorough professional data scientist is never ending. So, the most crucial part here is to identify the problem, solve it with data driven approaches, and you will learn the models and technical skills as a barter. So, the key here is to go after the problem to its minutest detail, and the solution will eventually follow along. Thank you. And lastly, if you want, I'll share my LinkedIn and anyone can reach out to me, and I can definitely talk about this a lot more in detail. I just had 5 minutes, so I really had to wrap up things. But definitely reach out and I can help you as much as I can. Thank you so much.
Back again. Thank you so much for your talk. And well, 5 minutes are short, but at least for me, it was still very interesting. And I do like the short talks. Well, we are actually finished with our lightning talk speakers, but we still have time. We were faster than we thought because we really stick to our timeline. So shout out from my side. If there's anyone in the audience who feels like coming on stage on a very short notice, feel free to come to us or to let us know on one of the channels. And we will be happy to send you the StreamYard link and to bring you on stage. In the meantime, while you decide on that, and I think you have something like 30 seconds to decide whether you want to come online or not. Let me just, we actually are reaching the end of our conference. So what I would like to do is already now to start giving you the personal highlights for me, because what I'm always looking in a conference is things that will forever stay in my mind, things I will ever remember. So in order to improve or to have learned something. And I did it also yesterday. And for today, I think what I got and gained from first talk was actually a comment from our guests on the channel. Someone said that, okay, yeah, well, we should all dress in the way we want to and we feel comfortable with, but that it's important that you have someone else who does the same. And I'm a person, well, I like to get dressed up. People know me for wearing beautiful and fancy clothes sometimes. And now I feel like that I might also be an example or role model for someone else, for another woman who now feels safer to wear what she wants. From the non-code contribution. That was what I wanted to say. From that talk, I really gained that also non-developers can support developers, because, well, sometimes people who are not experienced with coding and developing feel afraid and not skilled enough to get in touch with developers. And this talk from Uli really encouraged me to put an emphasis on that and just to help developers out with other skills one might have and to help them to make their code really successful. And open source projects are here for doing that. They are perfect. From Andra's talk, I took with me that inclusive products and services are inclusive, and then at that point, when they are suitable for different personas. It never occurred to me to think about that way and to think about that a flat screen can be suitable for people who need the screen in a certain way, but that it also is that comes in handy when the light is too bright for whatever reasons, but that it's also helpful for people who have difficulties looking at things. From Daniela's talk, I really took with me the inspiration that when you want to build up your own team, that you should look for support, that you should communicate inside the company, but that you shouldn't take things personally and you shouldn't take obstacles too personally, because they will occur at a certain time of your path. And from the variety of lightning talks, I took a lot with me. We covered so many topics. We went from a topic related to software developers, which was about how to develop clean code, way to the other side of the spectrum to marketing, by hearing how you can get to know your audience better. We heard how important networking is in finding a job in the industry. We got tips about data sciences. Like, everything was covered in it. That is amazing. I'm having a look on our internal organizer chat, to be honest, because I want to find out whether there is another lightning speaker available. Well, our last lightning speaker should have been. No, sorry, I'm getting information that we don't have another lightning speaker available. That's it. Well. Wow, these 2 days, they turned away way too fast, in my opinion. It was so exciting for all of us. We as a team, we learned a lot how to organize online conferences. I hope that you, our audience, enjoyed it as much as we did. We will later on stop our live stream, but the live stream will be available on YouTube. So yesterday's recording as well as today's will be available, and we will leave open the Discord channel. So all the discussions going on won't be interrupted at all. Feel free to jump in today to stay here with us. We're going to be available as well. Or maybe just use it in the future. We would be happy to see you using it also in the future. If you're interested in Women Techmakers Vienna, don't forget to follow us on all our social media accounts. Follow us on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and of course, go to our website, which is womentechmakers.at. We are already brainstorming about what to do in the future, how to set up our next conference or a smaller meetup. Well, it's Corona times. We don't know how things will develop. We don't know what's going to happen in a few months, but stay tuned and stay curious. Well, normally, I hope that I would get a huge applause from you, and during the applause, I would call the team on stage, or I would do something like that, I guess. We can't do that now. That means that I have to present the team to you in a different way. I'm gonna share my screen, and you're going to see finally the whole team. And let me tell you who these amazing people are who made the conference as amazing as it was. We have, well, that's on the left side, that's me, Cornelia. Beside emceeing, I was also contributing to fundraising, and I took over the Instagram channel today. Then we have Elisa. Elisa was our PR woman, and did all the features on all our social media accounts. Lara was doing the fundraising. Mahek is our main organizer. This year, you have seen her in the panel talk yesterday. The guy in the center is Ramon, and he's not pointing out some random picture of someone. No, this is Pilar. Pilar can't be with us today, but she was responsible for content, for the speaker preparations, and she did all the lovely designs on our stream, on our live stream, all the banners and so on. And Ramon, who is holding her picture up, he was also involved in the speaker preparations, and he was the mastermind behind the technical setup and the streaming. He was the one who today switched between the scenes so smoothly. The loving face is Timia. You know her from the keynote that she gave yesterday. She did a lot of sponsoring things. She's very involved in creating partnerships, and that's because she is also the co-founder of Women Techmakers Vienna. And this lovely avatar you see down there, that's Florian. He is doing the website, and he was the second brain behind our today's streaming. And he was also involved in doing the designs for our live stream. Well, that's it. This is the team who brought you this year's Women Techmakers Vienna conference. I'm really sad that I have to leave now. I can only say see you next year. Enjoy your weekend. Oh, and look down there. Huge thank you to Andrew from White Code Captioning for the captions that we had available on our live stream on YouTube. They were amazing, and it made the conference, it was a step further to make a conference inclusive for everyone. Having said that, stay safe, enjoy your summer, enjoy your weekend. See you hopefully all soon. Bye, bye, bye.